Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, of course. For those of you who don't know, Arrowbound is back up on the store, so you can go check it out now at the Google Play Store. It's not on iOS at the moment, but maybe in the future we can get it there. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on both YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, ready to jump into today's stream. So, how about we just hop straight into it, shall we? Big thank you off the top to Mr. Bigwater for the most recent follow, and as of course to Tao 10 for the most recent subscription. All right, one sec. Just gonna change my glasses. I'll be right back. Always forget. I always forget the glasses, but yeah. Hey, Buckington. See you later. All right. So, yeah, like today I've been doing a bit of work already. Just because I actually had been planning to go to the driving range to do some golf practice, and they were closed for maintenance. I drove up thinking, wow, there's no one here. I'm going to have the whole place to myself. And then they turned me away. So I did get to do quite a lot of work. And I sort of had this mental turning point that I'm quite grateful for, which is that most of the work in the game that needs to go into this demo is actually a lot closer than I sometimes think it is. And some of the things are they just need to be plugged in, and then it all will kind of fall into place. So I was thinking about, I'm going to talk you through a little bit of a thing here. I had a bit of like a revelation. Gosh, these days, I don't know why I talk so fast. I think it's because I feel like I'm in a rush, like to get the work done. So be patient with me, please. Okay, so this is the demo for, well, this is like the plan for the demo content. The demo content is a revised version of Chapter 1, which is like the first fifth of the game. And then the idea is that some of this content will need to be rejigged, right? Updated in a way that reflects the new combat systems, right? Or the new progression mechanics for the combat system. So the special abilities and how you unlock them. That wasn't in the original demo, but it's going to be in this one. And I was thinking about particularly the tutorials, so the stuff that needs to teach you those mechanics. That stuff needs to change, obviously, because there are new mechanics. And also the content, the challenge content between the story beats. So there's like, the setup, and then there's like the ending. And in the middle, you're doing a lot of gameplay, exploring, blah, blah, blah. That's all going to take place here. And of course, it needs to reflect the abilities that you get. And so I knew I needed to design sort of like a new dungeon-y experience. And learning from my previous effort in doing that with the spider dungeon in the demo, I didn't want to just do one giant area. I wanted to have a few different areas broken out into multiple scenes, maybe 3 or 4 scenes. And I was thinking about this morning how I need to add some gameplay into that space that reflects the abilities that you're learning. I want to test the player. And I've been feeling very anxious, probably in the last year. Maybe more, maybe like 2 years plus. Anytime I come to do enemy design, I feel this wave of anxiety because it's so time consuming, but it needs to be prototyped. And I've got content that I want to put in the game, but the enemies and the environments are so intertwined that it's impossible to even design an enemy without knowing that I might have to replace it if I don't already have the ability that it reflects or the space that it represents, or they're all so tied together that I have to sort of pre-plan everything and then I can do it. If I do graphics first, I end up replacing them. And we saw that earlier at the end of last week and sometime early this week, where I was designing, say, for example, these plants because I needed a specific thing in the game that I was trying to make, two different things happen. And I designed all these ideas, and then I had one that I really liked, and I deleted almost all of them because they just didn't have the systems behind them baked into the concept, or I was trying to do too many things at once. So, to the extent that sometimes that's a good thing, you have to sort of run into a wall to find the wall. But in this case, I started realizing that, so we had this plant, and the plant climbs walls, literal walls in this case. And eventually that's turned into this design, which is still probably not final, but I've spent much less time on this one than I did on this one. And this is much closer to being in the game in terms of it's physically in the game. I can prototype it. So I was probably over baking it a little bit. As I worked on this, I realized that the content that if I was going to do a level that had this enemy in it, that I've already done a lot of the level design work for how to test the player on specific abilities, because I already designed the abilities first. And I designed the level chunks around those abilities. So everywhere that you see a green wall, an enemy can go there, that plant enemy can sit there, and I can steal the ability from the enemy and then run up the wall. So actually, I've got a bunch of level design stuff that I've forgotten that I had put this kind of effort into it. And now that I remembered that, it's oh yeah, I've got so much content here that there's more than I could want for the demo. Reflecting on that, there was a moment where I was thinking about okay, but is it just going to be a bunch of wall climbing? Is that going to be the demo content? Because the stuff that makes the game cool and interesting and fun, that's what needs to be in the demo. My quest for this year, for this demo, for the funding, is about making the game more marketable. And to me, marketability means showcasing what's attractive about it and what's different earlier. So I had planned for the cool, interesting, aspects of the game's mechanics to reveal themselves over 2, 3, 4 hours of gameplay. And I think that is a mistake in a world where people, the environment is so competitive that I might not have people's attention for that long. Instead, I'm thinking that it's just more prudent to showcase these abilities sooner in the game, so that, even in the 15-minute demo, you get a good sense of oh, this is where the game is going. And when I think just intuitively on the parts that I think are cool about the game, this thing here is, I think, one of the coolest things about the game. And what is it? It's well, up until this morning, this was 2 enemy blocks. They were just prototype enemy squares that let you solve this very simple sort of platforming puzzle, which lets you run up a wall and then charge across the gap without falling. Hey, Indian. So, what's cool about this is that it combines 2 abilities, and there are more cool, more interesting things in the game that combine more abilities. And the way that I had been planning the demo up until this point was that you would get 1 ability for the demo, but that would mean that you're probably still not going to see what makes the game cool. The dynamics and the reasons why I've made the decisions that I've made, and how the game kind of works and why that's different from other games. That only really starts coming to reality when it only becomes appreciable when you have 2 abilities of the same type that you have to swap between, and also maybe a second ability of a different type, and mixing and matching those things. That's where the game kind of starts to shine, because the input system's quite straightforward. It lets you do all of that very intuitively. and the restrictions around that stuff creates interesting puzzle scenarios, I should be showcasing that, right? And if that's the fun part of the game and the interesting part, and I'm trying to showcase a fun, interesting demo, maybe there should be multiple abilities that you unlock in the first chapter, even just in the demo. That also then creates a bit of a tiny Metroidvania experience just in this story. So it means that I can make you go all the way into the deepest part to get the first ability and bypass a bunch of abilities that you can't use yet, but see where you would use them. And then on the way back, you can unlock the other abilities and start to realize, oh, now that I've got these two abilities, I can do this thing that I couldn't do before. That's kind of like the Metroidvania promise. So even though the game is not a Metroidvania, the dungeon spaces, these open spaces, being areas where I can start to tease out non-linear gameplay or gameplay that requires you to go in different paths and do some backtracking. I think that that's for the game's advantage, because what makes the Metroidvania so good, and the magic trick that they play, or the tension building system, is the idea of showing you something that you can't do yet and then giving it to you later. That's like dungeon design level 1. So I have not had that in the game for a long time, and now I have the space to do that, and I have enemies that I've built, and I've got abilities, and I've got environment chunks that I can create basically gateways out of, because I've got ability-based progression now. So I should be leaning into that a little bit more. Pondman says, hi, I'm a small game developer from Germany and I'm considering streaming my progress on Twitch. However, I'm concerned about showing my code and potentially having my ideas or code stolen, especially if I want to sell the game. How do you handle this in your streams? I just don't think that, depending on what you're making, it's probably not interesting or novel enough to be stolen. Even my game is not, nothing that I've done in my game is like a special nugget of gold that if you just copy and paste it, you get to steal my whole game. You know what I mean? Like, games are built out of lots and lots and lots of code doing very rudimentary things. So it's like trying to steal somebody's lawn one blade of grass at a time. You know, it's like, well, the lawn is what's interesting, not the blades of grass. So anything that anyone's going to see of your game, unless it's like a puzzle game, like a mobile puzzle game that's really, really novel, but that is also very simple, like 2048 or Threes or that kind of thing, maybe then your idea is valuable enough to be worth protecting. But if it's any bigger than that, I really don't think that it would be risky. Yeah, I agree. Most people aren't interested or capable of stealing what you're doing, and most of the things that you'll be doing is not worth stealing. Just you know, because games are just much, much more than their concept. The concept is just an idea, you know? But it's up to you. I mean, it depends on what you're making. You might have a different opinion. Okay. How to make a character dress up in clothes, as in how to make different character solutions, like how to make different clothing options. I haven't made a game that does that before, so I might not be the best one to make that tutorial. Customizable characters, like Stardew Valley, I guess. Basically, you would just have to have very simple sprite animation, and you would have to maintain the positions of the character's clothing on top of the character at all times, and rotate. When you rotate the character, you rotate you change the sprite to show the other orientation for all of the extra bits. Salem says, I've heard your opinion on Godot, but I'm looking for a specific answer. Can you make Insignia with it? If not, why? You could mostly make Insignia with Godot, yes. There's nothing technically about Godot that you couldn't make Insignia with. However, Insignia would be harder to make with Godot, I think. Particularly all of the editor functionality that I've added into Unity, which was done quite in a quite straightforward way. I don't think Godot has as much support for that kind of thing. And I would say some of the distribution aspects of Insignia, so like multi-platform support and things like localization, all of the like systems stuff. Unity is just a more full-featured engine. That's basically it. But in terms of the gameplay, you could make Insignia in Godot. All the sprites and the tiles and all that stuff, you could do it. It's easier to add editor function in Godot than it is in Unity. In Unity, it's one script, but maybe Godot is quite simple as well. I don't think it would be easier, but like I've built plenty of editors inside of Unity. Hey, Pondman, thank you so much for the sub. Like building this in Godot might be a lot harder than it was to build it in Unity. But it's probably possible. Like I'm sure it's fine. All right. So what I want to show you now is kind of like a more advanced concept for this room. So now, rather than just boxes, you've got like enemy structures, right? So you got like, oh, I can't kill this guy. I've got to stab down at him. I got hit by the vines, but whatever. And then, oh, we've got a goat here. He's got a flame charge ability. I can steal it by backstepping, and then I can run up the wall, and then, yeah, take it with me. Or I can kill him and I can keep it. Yeah, I just know that Godot is like not everything that I've done in Godot is like I have this argument about Unity, this problem where Unity develops its features just the most minimal amount to call it finished and functional. And then if you want to do something for an actual game with it, it's like figure it out, build it, you have to extend it yourself. Well, Godot is that, but even worse. Godot is like every feature that I used, I was like, oh, is this even worth existing? Like it's like the timeline in Godot is like it's like something I would build. It feels like, you know, it's a little convoluted. It doesn't really do what you want to do unless you know exactly how to tease it out, or you have to kind of develop in a way that accounts for it rather than like using it as a tool to empower you. It's very like and it's one of those things where like if you want to make like our game, it's fine. If you want to make an animation in the timeline, it's fine. The tile set system in Godot, if you want to make a tile set, it's fine. As long as you don't care about making a more advanced tile set. Like my tile sets, I can't make them in Godot. You know, I have to bring them in from Tiled because Tiled is more purpose built. And it's like that more with Godot than it is in Unity even. GML. Is GML Game Maker language? I mean, it's only in Game Maker, right? GD script is probably more applicable because it's closer to Python if you're going to learn Godot. But C# would be the better one. Can you make your own tiles with Unity? Unity's tile system is as bad as Godot's, in my opinion. They're both equally bad. In that they technically work. They technically do they have a grid and you can paint tiles and you can create rules, but it's like not in a it doesn't empower you. It sounded like Unity does it and Godot doesn't. No, it's like they all have the features, but the features are it's like you want to paint something, right? You want to paint it. I want to become a painter, right? I want to make art. And what I get given is a paint roller. That's what it's like. It's like, oh, I guess I can paint with a paint roller. And if all I want to do is paint walls, that's fine. But if I want to paint pictures, this is pointless. It is the same in both engines, but it's like Godot is like wherever Godot has a feature, Unity has that feature plus a bit more, and neither of them are really where I would want them to be. Like Unity's tile system is probably a little bit better than Godot's, maybe. Not much better, but a little bit. Ponman says, does this apply to multiplayer games? Like stealing? Is that what you were saying before? You were worried about like people stealing your ideas or your content? Yeah, it's the same difference. It doesn't make a difference. Like I have no interest in I don't want to make Godot seem better than it is. It's okay. Like it's fine. You can make basically the same stuff in both engines. You can make anything in any engine, right? But how much work are you going to have to do beyond what's provided to you by the engine? Because if you look at like the spectrum of things, you could write your game in assembly if you want, but like the point of an engine is to give you the power to think more about your ideas than about the implementation. That's the promise of an engine. Is like, we've handled the busy work for you. Now just create. I would say like Godot's timeline is not really great at that. Unity's timeline's a little better, but still not great. Like you could almost build your own timeline system. I kind of already did. Like for Unity, for my animations, like I have this system and it suits my needs, which is literally just sprite animation, better than Unity's would. You know, like it's not, you know, like I look at this and I think about I sometimes think to myself, would it have been better to just use Unity's timeline for animations, like Unity's animator? And the answer is like, probably not, actually, because Unity's animator, the time scale is on frames or seconds. And the distance between sprites in a Unity timeline is, yeah, I made Retrobox. The distance between frames in Unity's timeline is measured in like the distance in time, right? Here, it's just a sequence of sprites. So if I make this play at 10 frames per second or 5 frames per second or 20 frames per second, I can do that at runtime in a way that I know is not going to get quantized or scaled weirdly. Whereas if I go to the animator in Unity and I make something, I can either try to place everything one frame at a time, and then I don't get any more subtlety than that, or I can place it relative to how I want to place it, but now I have too much fidelity, and if I scale it, they start to quantize on the frames. So it's like, why, like, building something that was more purpose built for what my game needed, which in this case is literally just hitboxes on sprites. This has been easier to work with than Unity's. And maybe I'm willing to relinquish this idea. I'm willing to admit this, that maybe if you give in to the engine and just do things the way that they ask you to do them, if you just like let go of that control, maybe you can still make the same thing and you don't have to rebuild your own tool, and you might not get exactly what you want, but you get close enough that players won't recognize. Like maybe, but I don't like that concept, that idea of like, oh, like, you know, if I was to use the Unity animator, then the animation of the player gets derived by their velocity rather than paired one-to-one, the velocity and the sprite hand in hand. Like, for example, they would want you in a blend tree like this to set the animation. Like an example that they would give you is something like, if the velocity is greater than 0 and you're on the ground, play the run animation facing right. You know, that's how they want you to think about it. But that's a very 3D model kind of procedural way of deriving sprites. Whereas for me, I'm much more comfortable setting animation states and saying, and I know you can do this the other way, but it's like the tools are built with a certain way of doing things in mind. So like for me, it's like, I want to be able to say, you've pressed the right button, I'll put you in the right animation and I'll make you go at this speed. I don't want it to be like derived after the fact. So there's a lot of things like that where, you know, your mental model of how you build your game and how the things are supposed to work and what is intuitive to you, that is flexible. But I would prefer to be a bit more authoritative about how my game runs or plays or works, rather than to assume that the engine knows best and then get to a point in my game where I go, oh, I can't build this the way that I would want to because I've already given up this and this and this and this, you know? Yeah. Like all the stuff that I do now, and this is this is so important to me. Everything that Insignia is right now, all of the things that I'm actually excited by and feel confident in, and like the things that represent the last 2 years of my life's work on it, that's not content but is more systems related, that stuff I feel so confident in because it built on the previous stuff that I had built. Like it got stronger over time. I didn't have to go, like I had the idea to do abilities that manipulate enemies in space or the player in space. I had that idea, and before I had built a bunch of systems and tools, that idea was prohibitive. I couldn't make it happen. I couldn't make it fun or tight or interesting. And then I built a state system, and then I built like a proper, like my state system, not just a state system. I built a hierarchical state system where the states are components and are reusable between enemies. And then I built like the ability system in the game, and I wrote out like all of these pieces. I built engines that can click together and like they now work better. And my workflow is faster now than it was before. I don't have the tech debt of like, oh no, all of my decisions have painted me in a corner. Instead, it's like, yay, now that I've built all this stuff, I get to do this in like 2 seconds. Like today, this enemy, up until like an hour ago, didn't have an ability associated with it. It didn't have like a flame charge attack. Now it does, because I literally just gave it the components that it needs to have to do that. I just like dragged them in, pressed a couple of checkboxes, and now it does exactly what I want it to do. So it's like, well, how do you how do you like make sure that the way you're building the thing over time is going to result in like the things working the way you want them to? And this enemy is like not great, and like it's one of the oldest enemies in the game. Its animations is super like ancient, and its state machine's super simple at the moment because I gutted it from before. But if you look at the difference between, particularly for the goat, this is its state machine now. This is the top level state machine. This is what the state machine used to be. It used to be like hundreds of lines. It used to be 600 lines of code. Now it's like 50. You know what I mean? The ability to make it take less time over time. You want that. You want that power. Is my music playing? I haven't heard anything play. Hey, Pretzel. You know. Okay, that's better. Sorry about that. OTK have a competition for game devs and they're funding the winner. Sure, you can post the URL here. Or like, is it a game jam? OTK game dev project. Nope. Pixel pitch. Interesting. So they're doing publishing basically. I would be very careful about something like this. I'd be very careful because they're not really experts in producing or publication or development. So whoever they are associated with that is responsible for that stuff, I don't know who they are. And then the only thing that you're getting back is the marketing power of having Asmongold or Soda Poppin backing your game, which is worth something. But what are they asking for in return? I need to see more details. All right. So, yeah, like this thing, you know, I can build this. I could rebuild this enemy from scratch in like probably an hour. Not the sprites, but the logic that drives it. I would like to work on a Godot version of Retrobox. Well, we were working on a web version of Retrobox, but it takes a lot longer than you think to make Retrobox. It took me like a few months. Hey, definitions. So, yeah, I'm working on this enemy. And what I like about this is that, just to come back to what I'm doing today. Hey, fixing it. I can see your messages. I can see your messages, but you won't be able to see them in the Twitch chat. That's all. Yeah, engine agnostic. So, yeah, I think it's time to do some thinking, or not some thinking, but some work on Hey Buckington, I think that having lots and lots of scripts is fine. I think it's the way you have to do it with games. Composition is just the way to go. Even if you look at libraries people have written, you know, they have so many scripts in them, and the scripts are like, they got like 10 lines for like data. It's a really unintuitive thing for the human brain to think about, because it feels like a script is a sheet of paper, and it's like, why would I waste paper? I have all of this stuff, but I could fit it on one page if I just put it on one sheet of paper. But I'm wasting all this paper by having like 100 pieces of paper with 10 things written on it. But no, it's better. It's more flexible. It's just it just seems like the point at which you're going to lose performance is going to be like compile time. You know what I mean? It's not going to be when the game is running. All right, I'm going to focus now. I'm not going to answer any unrelated questions for a little bit. Okay, so man, I got this dog next door, the neighbor's dog. When it's alone, it just barks infinitely. It's like this anxious whining barking. You can probably hear it. Hey, definitions, thank you so much. Yeah, this dog, oh god, it's just a nightmare. It hurts to listen to, man. It's like upset, but it's not, there's nothing there. It's just barking into the ether because its owners aren't home. So, I'm going to try to turn the music up so I don't hear it as much. All right. I was thinking about doing a tile set for this, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to keep it simple. And I'm going to design like a bunch of level chunks that are similar to this stuff. But are using like different abilities. And also I can build a bunch of chunks that are, pardon me, that are more to do with the flame charge, because I don't actually have that in the game yet. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll put on the... Oh, it's gonna get hot, but I'm gonna try the big headphones, the noise cancelling ones. That might save me even more energy. Trying to tune out the dog. Okay. Cool. So, it's been a while since I've worn these. So the flame charge is actually really cool. Let's make a couple of levels about it. One thing that I'm kind of a little concerned about in my workflow here is the modularity of this stuff, and whether or not this, I mean, this is fine, but I might need a pathway to delete this if it comes to it, because there might be times where I want to take this and then some other chunk and stitch them together without making a scene change happen. Like just make it just like a bigger chunk full of two different things. Because I feel like this as like a level is a little simple. It's not really like I feel like it's not enough to contain to be worthy of its own space, but it is the smallest unit of level design. So I would like to be able to like grab everything and like copy it and paste it somewhere else and just sort of like neatly push it against another element of gameplay. There's also this idea of like, what if I make the door transitions seamless so that it all just feels like one continuous space? Even so, I would say it's probably not a great idea. I think some spaces deserve to be just a bit bigger, but that's just a challenge I'm going to have to overcome, I think. I can't make it more optimized without compromising the reason why I even made these individual scenes in the first place. I just feel bad about making so many scenes, you know. And then the deletion process is going to be a bit of a bitch. Okay, so let's go like maybe here. In fact, what we can do is we can prototype in here instead. Oh, I actually have prototyped it already. Hooray. Hooray for me. Uh-huh. Yeah, this was a cool one. Jumping off of this and then going that way. I had that idea. I had it flipped around in my head though. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, also, one other thing I really wanted to mention for those of you who like following the narrative of my game dev journey, particularly with Insignia, like the trials and tribulations, I realized something. I could make it so that if you've played the demo, hey pals, 1 sec. I'm going to turn off focus mode. It's been about 5 minutes, hasn't it? Maybe it's been less, but so yeah, I had this was the bad dungeon, the dungeon that I didn't design properly. I show this like chasm, and you start at the top of it, and you get to see a little bit of it, but then you have to do a bunch of puzzle stuff, and then you get to here, and then you do a really hard challenge, and then you leave. The challenge doesn't include anything that you've learnt, and the puzzles before don't help you do it. There's nothing relating these two things. What I thought I could do was have this be presented to you really early, have it be made up of 3 abilities that you have to steal, and give you free access to trying it, but you won't actually be able to do it until after you've collected 3 abilities. And the 3 abilities will be in the different areas leading, like beyond it and around it. So it's kind of like, oh, how do I get up there? I'll have to come back to this later. And then you get ability A, ability B, ability C, and you come back and you can do it all seamlessly and easily. That's the kind of like, so I get to keep the story moment, and I get to keep like a Metroidvania, but a bit more linear in terms of the narrative, but less linear in terms of the gameplay mechanics. I love this idea. I'm super excited to flesh this out, because I feel like it's gonna feel like I mean, I don't really know any other games that do this. It's kind of like 2 Zelda dungeons pushed together, or even, do you know what it's like? It's like it's the Great Plateau in Breath of the Wild taken a little bit further. That's the idea. You know, it's the cryonis, stasis, the bombs, and the other one, magnesis. And then having to get off the Great Plateau. Hey, you got my killers. Because I hate watching 6 or 7 ads every 15 minutes. Thank you so much for the sub. 23 months. Let's go. Okay. So I don't think it's worth it for me to create each of these as its own scene. IDE, this or this. This is Unity, but it's a custom editor that I wrote. Are those elements that can't be done color or theme coded to the abilities? This all links to those abilities. All of the stuff I'm describing now will do that. So maybe the synthesis of these things, like putting them together, can be done outside of Unity. It might just be better to do it that way. So I'll take the pieces and I'll chunk them. So I'll think of this as like my little library. I'll take you, bring it over here. I'll take you, bring it over here. And I'll take you guys. Look at all these puzzle pieces that I've got. Can do anything. I don't actually have areas where I combine them yet. So this is a bunch of, this is like flame charge. I just get to do fun Lego now. This is bounce or arise. I'll call it just charge. Charge, arise, and scale. Hey, Reisman. Thank you so much. So, like, I could do charge and arise and scale and charge. I don't think I can do charge and arise. It's kind of one or the other. But I could do puzzles where you have to take one and then do the other. And then arise and scale I don't have much of. So maybe we'll do that now. So this is the idea that like, or climb, not arise and scale, charge and scale. That's what I'm trying to say. Let me color code these. This is red. These are green. Red, green. To indicate what I need to do in order to pass that bit. No, it's not going to be like, it's the game's, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that you won't be able to make this jump unless you've got flame charge. Like, I'll give you an example. This is, you're a little bit guilty of pre-optimizing here. So like this snake, you can't get up there. You just can't get up there unless you jump on it. It's not like a question of like, oh, if I just try harder, like you just can't get up there. But once you have the power, of course you can get up there. So it's like, the abilities, the gating of the stuff, it's not a question of like, if I do it right, it's not a question of maybe if I just, it's like, oh, I can't do this. Or even, to be even clearer for you. Some of this stuff, you literally can't beat this enemy. You can't climb this wall unless you've beaten the enemy. Right? So you have to attack the enemy first. And then you can't get up the wall unless you have wall climb. I could make it 3 times as tall, you know. With wall climb, you can get up any distance. But without it, it's not going to happen. Like, maybe I could maybe make something happen. No. Like, you could try. If you can sequence break it, like, good on you. But I can't. Yeah, it's much easier to just do the thing that the game is trying to make you do. Okay, so yeah, at that point you've got the ability anyway. So not using it is kind of like, why would you put yourself through that? Okay, so here the idea is, this. And then I've got a version of this where you have to jump first. It's not that impressive to have to do that. But I've got a version where you have to jump. Well, the one I've got right now in the game is this. Which is cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind people trying to break it. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's try another one. Is there a dash forward and then wall climb? I mean, I guess I could just put it further away. These two don't mix as well as I thought they might. There is an idea. There is an idea of a Patrick Bateman. You can shake my hand. Okay, so what's the goal here? You go up. Can I make you... Yeah, that's the thing. Can I make you have to go back the same way? So I make it end early? Probably not. It's probably a bit irresponsible for me to even try doing this. You do that. Sort of go back the way you came so that you can get higher up. The goat's a little messed up right now. So how high can I go? If I jump early, maybe it does need to be a bit of a vertical. Back flip off the wall is a bit... I mean, you definitely get higher up. I think I can make it happen. This is wall climb D. What happened then? Oh, not quite. I'm not sure if I could even justify that. Oh, it's kind of... I don't think so. Doesn't feel like it should be that way. Like, it works. I could put it in the game, but I don't think it would be satisfying to do. So let's not do that. Instead, maybe we do like a downward slide. That's kind of interesting. Like we do this. We do this. But then what's stopping you from jumping off and then doing it early? Probably nothing. Oh, I could, you know what? I could do the thing that I was doing before. Hang on, let's keep this. If I put a wall here, then I can do it. But then, hang on a second. If there's a wall there, then you can always jump back. Hey, Monologue Mind. Welcome. Hey, Lazy. Maybe the wall is like kind of... Oh, but if it's too far away, you'll fall before you go up. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Just going to test stuff here for a bit. So I don't have to make a new scene. So what's the idea? Two walls. And then this. But this is closer. Oop. Yeah, so that works, but then what's stopping me from just doing that? Literally nothing. Oh, I see. I could make it so that there's a... as far as hazards go, you could put something in the middle that hurts you. Something here. That's the idea, right? The problem is, it needs to be something that it's just damage. See you, Buckington. So maybe it would be like a noxious cloud or something like that. I don't know what I would do. It would need to be something that you just can't touch it. You just can't pass through it. And it's not worth even trying to attack. It's just like, you touch this, you get hurt. Maybe spiky vines. Yeah. Like vines that are in the mid-ground, sticking onto the back wall. So it's like that, and then they're like this. Yeah. Yeah, that's doable. So let's just like... Yeah, it's just that like, if you touch them, they have to be just damage and they can't be physical. They can't be things that you can stand on. That's the only thing. Yeah, something like that's fine. It's a bit tight. And I'm hesitant to do much more with this. I mean, that's totally fine. I need to make it a bit further over. Oh no. Yeah, see, that's no good either. I'm thinking of removing the multiple air attacks as well. I'm one step away from doing it. No, poisonous plant's fine. It's fine. It's not that serious. Oops. Makes sense to me. But even if I did this, I guess you could do that if I couldn't. Yeah. So only if there is poisonous plants in the game. Cool. Well, that's fun. Concept approved. All right. So what have we got? We've got jumping to the wall and then going up. We've got going up and then jumping away from the wall to another wall. We've got jumping up to a wall to a dash. What happens if the player reaches the ceiling while sliding up? They'll just kick off at the top. But I don't design it so that they can. The green stops and they jump off it automatically. It kicks them away from the wall. Yeah, I think that this is about as far as this goes. The wall scale, it's kind of a limited space because you're just stuck on the wall until you jump off the wall. I can always make like alternate paths, so you have to jump off early. But apart from that, it feels like this is pretty straightforward. Oh, thanks, Tom. Okay, what about charge plus arise? This is much cooler, I think. Actually, all of these, I guess I could think of that as the activation point, no matter what. Hey, indoor teacher, just working on the game. Welcome, welcome, Zapstars. Huh. That's not what I wanted. Or this could even just be... Thanks, Zepstars. I've also got stuff like this in the game. You could do this without the hazard. Let's just keep it like this for now. So there's dropping down, charging, then jumping. And then I guess another one would be just like, you just swap the order. So like jump, charge, dash. The high ground. That works. Or even back the other way. That's tricky, man. Oof. How do you even tell the player to do that? How do you even convince them to try that? Oh, and if you want to get really silly with it, you do the opposite. Are there any collectibles? Yeah, there's coins. Oof. I mean, how do you even? How do you ask that of the player? So I want you to just drop. And you'll figure it out after that. This is very... I think this kind of thing only really works in like a Celeste style game where if you miss, you just go shh and you come back up. I can do that with acid lakes. Planning out how the game will progress mechanically. So my advice to you is to design all of the progression in like this, and then think about how to put it together in the game. So rather than like if you, and so systems beget level designs and abilities. So like if your systems aren't deep enough, you're going to have a hard time making progression in terms of the abilities. And if your abilities aren't, if the things that you can do as the player don't progress in more interesting and diverse ways, you're going to have a hard time making content for that stuff. So if you want to make the content easy to make the abilities more diverse and the ways that you can use them more interesting. And then if you want that to be the case, make the systems allow for that. Do you know what I mean? You've got to kind of like have scope. And it doesn't have to be the player's abilities. It could be the way that the game increases the complexity of enemies. Like the challenge could, as long as the challenge is getting more interesting and diverse, there's space there. And not every game has, that's a very indie way of thinking about it as well. Like not every game has to be about progression and diversity. It can just be progression in scale, like an RPG where you just get stronger numbers. But I think thinking about Dark Souls and why I like that, you know, having the gear progress and the weapon sets progress, that's interesting. So like, oh, now that I have this sword, it plays this way, which makes me feel more confident against these kinds of enemies that I'm about to come up against. And you're sort of like seeing the strategies of gameplay kind of like align as your like stats collide with the weapon sets and your magic. If you have any magic in the game, you're sort of building a build, and all the different axes of gameplay are sort of like contributing to making that feel nice and big and spacious and full of possibility. And then the game tests you on that. So you probably do need some kind of, it depends on the genre of game that you're making, but I think that that's an important thing, is having like diverse systems that the player can explore through their progress that combine in ways that make for interesting level design challenges or game design challenges. And those can be procedural, but they can also just be like this. Like, I have two different abilities. One sends you forward, one sends you up. How can I combine them in interesting ways? You know? And as far as content goes, I'm going from the end backwards. So like, I'm taking a cool thing that I want you to do, and then I have to teach you how to use each of the individual ones. I have to give you basic enemies that sort of like, you know, are easy to practice against. I have to give you a lore explanation for how you get the abilities. It's like there's a whole game just leading up to the cool moment. So if you design the cool moment and the systems that wrap around it and the rules that the systems have to have in order to stop it from being broken, all of the content before that falls into place because you have to go through a set process of like explaining it to the player. What do I think about separating abilities on characters? I mean, that's a classic RPG trope, you know? Job classes are that. The tank, the healer, the mage, the, you know, soldier. That's proven. That's tried and true. So, I think it sounds fine. And if you mean to explore that in like a platforming capacity or an action game, that's just as cool. Yeah, totally cool. I like it. Okay, so I think the dogs stopped and I'm getting a bit hot on my ears, so I'm going to swap the mics back over. Not the mics, the headphones. Hey, Cup Kyle. All right. I'm not going to really do scale and arise. I think we're fine with just this. I mean, this is so much. If this was what's in the demo, I think I will have too much content. And I haven't shown a bunch of stuff here, which is weaving combat through this. This is just ability with abilities chained. But this is like you go up a wall, attack an ability to get the refresh on your ability, and then climb a second wall without touching the ground. So it's like you can... And then I've got ability like systems where you collect abilities that replace the one that you just use on the same element. So like a wall scale, and then an enemy that gives you an arise mid-air, like a bird or whatever, and then using arise immediately. Or scaling a wall, getting a rise, which replaces the scale, then using charge and then using a rise. So you don't just use the ability you just got, you use a third ability that you haven't used yet to get into the spot where you have to use the second one you just picked up. It's a little crazy. But that's like late game stuff. Maybe even like B-side stuff. It might not even be in the main campaign. Yeah, I wouldn't give that to you in the main story. Most players aren't going to be advanced enough to be able to figure that out. So it's cool that I have that. I feel so much more comfortable being able to say this is a cool thing that is probably too hard, but that someone, at the end of the game might enjoy. Like having that in my back pocket feels good. It's like I'm not going to run out of content to put in the game. All right. I need to take a really quick break. I need to book something for tonight, and I probably could. It might be easiest if I do it on my laptop, but you can't really see it on the stream. I don't really want to have you see it. So maybe I'll just be here and we'll have me in this scene and we'll be talking and stuff when I come back. But first I'll take a quick break and then we'll come back and then we'll do that really quickly and then we'll continue the work. I also should mention I'm going to head out a little early today. Probably like half an hour earlier or like about half an hour earlier. So yeah, just letting you know. Okay, see you in a bit. I'm so sorry. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the show start button, not the be right back. Sorry. That's very loud. I know it is. I'm so sorry. Okay. Sorry. So we're back. Procedural animation on characters in Godot. You mean like 2D characters or 3D characters? If you're talking about 2D characters, then what you're describing, I guess, when you say procedural animation, is something like I call it split pin puppets. Something like what you see in like Minecraft, right? Where things just have like an anchor point and you just wave them around, you know, in the direction you want them to go. That's like super duper simple. Then there's like much more complicated like robotics level stuff where you're doing like inverse kinematics and you're trying to like find the position the feet need to go based on what's happening with the upper body. So you got like center of gravity stuff to worry about. That's much harder. Or you've also got like spine animation, which is kind of closer to this, but it's not really procedural. What is procedural is squash and stretch. So like when you jump, you know, squeezing the character down and then springing them back up and then having them land. That's a procedural technique in that it's not determined with an editor and exported. It's just a thing that happens in the game. Particularly if the amount that you squashed and stretched was more depending on how high you jumped, that would be procedural. But all of those things are very custom. You'd have to figure out what you wanted for your game, and you'd have to define them to be specifically what you wanted. There's no really like one, like that's all just code. Like that's as easy as saying, yeah, you just write the code to do that stuff. But you need to be able to design what you want first, and then I could tell you how to code it. You know what I mean? So it's not a like, it won't be like a chapter of a book. It's not like a topic, you know. It's sort of like there are principles of procedural design, like animating with code or whatever. But it's you know, I don't know how to describe why you wouldn't see a chapter about it, but it's very specific to what you're making. That's why. It's not like a special thing that's different from just normal programming. And all procedural motion follows the same principles. So like, you know, linear interpolation, easing curves, like it's all just that kind of stuff. Okay, so I got to do something on screen, but it has to be off screen. So I will just ordering some food for tonight, unfortunately. Let me see if I got this right. Yeah, I think I know what I'm doing. So, one sec. It'll take me 5 minutes. We can still chat, but I gotta be looking at this. So, any game jams you guys are excited about entering? Yes. Okay, that's all good. Charcoal chicken for dinner. There are many charcoal chicken places around. Four whole chickens? 1, 2. Probably only need 3. I think 3 is going to be plenty. It was my wife's birthday recently, and we're celebrating it tonight at my parents' place. So there might be, how many adults? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. The screen is experiencing ripples. Which game demo are you playing? That doesn't sound normal to me. Insignia from 2020? How? I don't know what that even means, ripples. Okay. And then a family chips. Then do these. So that's so cheap. Okay. Oh, VSync. You can turn that on. I have settings for that. So you press enter on your keyboard or start on your controller, and then go to video settings and then go to VSync and turn it on. That should fix it. Okay. I think I got everything set up. Let me just think about it. This. That. And that. And that. And that. That's plenty, I think. Sorry, I'm ordering some food for tonight, so I'm not working on anything at the moment. I'm just thinking about what the hell I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I guess I could do 4 of them. 4 whole chickens. I guess I'll take some home if we don't get through it all. Better have more than not enough. Okay. I'm just gonna order it. Four sounds like a lot, but there's 7 adults eating. That feels like if you have 2 pieces, if you have half a chicken each, plus there's kids, like 1, 2, 3 kids. I think it's 11 people. 4 chickens and chips is that's heaps. Okay, it's a suitable amount. I mean, the kids are gonna have at least a piece each. All right. You can, J-Rock lol. Okay, notes for the driver. Yep, you can play it. That's fine. I'll just do it this way. I think I got everything. I think I did it right. Might add one more of these. All right, that's fine. No, it's a family thing. Cool. Okay, that's done. I'm just going to place it. Wow, it's done through Uber? That's so weird. But how do I store this? I'm just going to copy. Go to Messenger and paste it to myself so that I don't lose the order. Sorry, pals, almost done. All right. We're good. We're back. Cool. Okay. Let me just confirm with them that I did all the stuff. All done. Focus mode. Creepy Beast Ash. You got it. Let's jump straight into it. So we were doing these designs for additional complex, well not additional, challenge areas for the dungeon in the demo. So this is all looking really good. Lots of cool, complex stuff we can do. What I would like to now do is start mapping this stuff out in the order that I want you to receive the stuff. So the first thing I'll give you is, if I'm going to give you this and this and this, maybe it makes sense to just start with yeah, you know what? Maybe I just give you the snake jump power first. It's not a huge problem. And it's probably the simplest one, right? The double jump with the snake. The wall run's pretty good too. Maybe we start with the wall run. I'm not sure. It's not a huge problem either way. It's more just something to think about. I'm going to copy these actually. I might put these over here. Down here. And then I might just bring all of these and cut them out and take them to the funding demo. Paste them here. Oh, that's quite large. And then take this story thing that I had going and copy it and bring it over back into the funding demo doc. Now I can think about the level designs in the context of the space. Currently, no, he's not the only enemy. There are two others. So, first thing I want to do is have it be like this. Kind of like... I'm going to think about something I'm going to think about this space as a linear space. As need and get. That's how I think about it. So need, scale. So there's like a line for the gameplay. This is like this is the timeline. There will be... I guess I could just... I'll do dotted lines for optional content, and I'll do solid lines for mandatory. Or maybe optional is anything that doesn't loop over to the end. Oh. Hey, Mujinx. Which characters are they? Because it does have a lot of alternate characters in it. I don't think I know off the top of my head which one we're talking about. So you can see here the character map. Is it one of these characters? Like this one? Or this one? They should all be compatible. Unless you don't see it there, in which case... I could try to update the font so that you can access it. So what you're seeing is that it's falling back to another font if the character doesn't exist. But if the character does exist, which it should, then you should get the right character. Okay. I'm gonna go into focus mode because somebody redeemed it. Text Mesh Pro. Maybe when you imported it, you didn't import all the characters. That's possible with the Atlas. It's in the import settings for the font. You might just double check that for me if you can. Okay, so let's just focus here for a bit. But yeah, it's possible. It's possible when you import, like, this is the Atlas texture. It's this part here. This is the character list. And you can see how many there are here. If you have the wrong settings up here, you might not get the full character set. Okay, sorry, gonna get back to it. Let's go. So, need scale. You definitely get scale probably earlier than later. And then these are both, I'll make them like a specific shade of green. Let's make it this green. Maybe it's even like, So this point here, this is going to be the actual path to finish it. And then I guess I'll send you on a bit of a wild goose chase. So it's really important to me as you're playing that when you go through the zones, you need to see this thing that you need early, but so that it gives you purpose as you get the rest of the stuff. But at the same time, once you've got all the stuff, I don't want you to have to backtrack a whole lot. I kind of want you to find yourself exactly where you need to be. Or maybe I don't make it linear. Maybe I let you do these things separately. It just depends on how much I want to control you. I'll definitely have there be like something like this. And this is like this. And maybe even have this. Like this. Although that doesn't really seem that beneficial. Maybe I take this out. That feels better. Or I put it here. That makes sense too. Might be nice to have there be something like this. I'll have the needs be empty. Scale. Scale. Charge, charge. Arise, arise. Cool. I feel like it might be a bit... okay, there we go. Sorry, 1 second. Getting out of focus mode. No, you don't keep the abilities forever. They go away. It's more like acquiring the ability to capture them in the wild. That's really what you get when you get the ability. You get the ability to get them. It's like a license to drive a car. It doesn't give you a car. It just gives you the license. Okay. So is this one screen? No, this is multiple screens. This is where you unlock them. So here there will be enemies along this path in whatever screen this challenge occupies. There will be places to collect each of the abilities, but you won't be able to capture them unless you've been here first and here first and here first. So there'll be 3 enemies with each of the abilities in them. But if you haven't unlocked the ability, you can't capture it from the enemy where it exists. Where does he store the yoinked abilities? Inside the sword. One sec, pals. Okay. Okay, so sorry about that. This feels good to me. So as far as like rooms, it would be something like this. Maybe it's like a... Something like that. As far as the actual rooms this will take up. I could see this being one larger room. Hey, Wintergrim. Welcome. I use Sprite. That's the one that I use. It's my favorite. But there are lots of different pixel art editors out there. Hey, Bugbee, welcome. So everything that we're describing in this is probably what's going to be in this. Maybe 3 is too many. Oh, thank you for such a short demo. Maybe it's just 2. That's tough. I don't really know. I mean, this is not going to be 15 minutes. Unless it doesn't have to be 15. I'm not sure. Hey Shivam, I'm working on level design. All right. It's fine. It's not really for you yet. It's just for me. Don't get too afraid of what you're looking at. No, this is for a demo. It's not for the whole game. All right. So let's think about which of these blocks we want to use for this stuff. So the first thing is scale. Obviously we want this to be the first one. I am also live on Twitch, yeah. So let me see if I can make this a lot bigger. Now I can start plotting the actual skills that you need in the space. Okay. Cool. So I haven't decided what this is yet, but let's just keep going. So a rise is going to be something like... Wow, I don't have any wall jumping for this? Oh, there's so few of them. Oh no, here's... Wow, I really don't have much. A rise with wall jumps. I guess I'll make it like this. This one. Hey, Hug, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. All right. And then what else? We need... This is not a rise, this is charge. Maybe just a gap that's too long to cross. Hey. Hey, Bug. You're in Thailand. Sawadee krap. It's a different bug. 2 bugs on YouTube. Popcorn crap bug. Bug cub. Kuthian, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. We're getting close to a hype train, you guys. All right, and then I'd like to now, once I know that you've got the ability, so once you've got scale, I want to give you some scale opportunities. Maybe it's cool if I give you the same one that you needed earlier, as a way of kind of like going, oh yeah, that's what I needed back there. Be like maybe here, maybe one more. Definitely one where you go up and then you jump off before that. And also, if this is where we get this... Oh, that doesn't actually require it. Oh, okay. This can be like, you know, anywhere really. This could be just... This is too complicated. Oh, you know what? No, I can put it there. It just needs to be a diamond instead of a... Cool. But then, yeah, I could take like... this kind of thing. And I don't actually have... Oh yeah, here it is. Here's the joined. This. Cool. What do you think? So I'll answer those questions one at a time. Hey, Wooliest Shoe, thank you so much for the sub. The Bug Bee on YouTube says, what do you think about watching tutorials on topics that you would already say you're knowledgeable in? Like if you watched a pixel art tutorial for something you didn't know how to do but could figure out. I think it's okay. You might learn something new or a different way to do something. I don't mind that idea. Bugcup says, Sawadee krap, I'm new here. What are you doing? What's the process? So what I'm doing is in my game, I have lots of different abilities. And those abilities, I've cataloged a bunch of different little level pieces where you can use the ability. So in this case, you can do a wall jump and then you use the ability to sort of like fly for a little bit across to get to a higher part of the level. And I have lots of different level pieces. So now that I have all these different level pieces, I'm thinking about how I can put them in the game. So these diamonds are places where you get an ability, and these diamonds, the open ones, are places where you need an ability. So what I'm doing is I'm just placing the level ideas in a way so that you see what you don't have yet, and then you get it, and then you can use it. So here, we need this ability called Scale, and Scale lets you run up walls. But at this point, we don't have Scale yet. So you have to walk past it and keep going. And only here you get Scale. So once you have it, you can either go back and you can get to like a secret. Or you can keep going and continue on. Cool. So maybe we do another need charge just off the beaten path. I'm trying not to make it too, not to create too much backtracking. Thank you so much for the resub, Ayatri. Think you get some sort of engagement if I post my resub. Yeah, something happens. There you go. The notification happens. Thank you so much. Did we hit it? Level 2. Let's go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Hello, BMC. Okay, so this is all pretty straightforward. Design-wise, it makes sense. Challenge-wise, it's all fine. Hey, Eyes, thank you so much for those gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Now I just need to basically mock these up. To actual levels, it's as simple as this. Done. I just draw them in my level editor, and then they update automatically in my game. So this is me testing a proof of concept, one of them. Oh, I did it wrong. Good afternoon. Thanks, Lost 50. I want to do that stuff in a more tight, logically cohesive way. But I had a lot of ideas, you know, when I started with the game, and it took me a long time. Like now I feel like those ideas are mature enough and my design sense is mature enough that I can do more with it, you know, in a way that makes more sense. I wasn't really able to connect a lot of those ideas. So, yeah. I guess for now we just need to go into the scene graph and start like literally mocking these things up. So this is how I do my levels in the game. So now that I'm here, it's like, okay, flame charge. We'll call this, I think this flame charge ability, there's going to be like two pathways here. Hey, Leon CB, thank you so much for the follow. Juicebox Hero, thanks for the raid, welcome. Hey everyone. Juice Raid! Welcome, welcome. What's going on? What's new? We're hitting the hype train. We're 40% of the way through a new hype train. We're at level 2 at the moment. Hey Thunderwolf, I've been juiced. Oh, it's orange flavored. At the moment we're doing some level design on my game. And this is for a demo that's coming out in about April. And basically, I've kind of gone from doing some story thinking. So I approach my level designs from a few different directions. One is like story, the next is like platforming, and the third is combat. So here, I sort of mocked up what I wanted from like a story perspective and the order in which you learn certain things. Now I'm doing the abilities in the game. So the order that you need to unlock the abilities to get through the space, and I'm annotating them with the basically the little platforming challenges that each of the ability offers you access to. So some of them you can't use because you don't have them yet. So scale is an ability that you get here. You start here. This is like, it represents like an area where you have to use this but you don't have it yet. And then later on, there'll be an ability called Arise. You need it to pass through here, but you don't get it until here. So you need to go all the way around to get Arise, which lets you jump up high enough to grab onto walls like this. This is Charge. So Charge lets you go horizontally across gaps and stuff. So you'll need that here, but you won't have it yet until here. So basically, it's just a circuit. It's just a loop that takes you up. But you have to go clockwise and then up in order to access all the content. And there's a little bit of backtracking if you want to get everything. So you can go back to grab this. You can go back past the exit to grab this. And you can go back to grab that. So it's just little, you know, ways of organizing the content so that I can appreciate and think about the player's challenge and their access to the systems such that it makes sense. So this is the actual mapping of the game in my Unity editor. So I'm basically just going to start mapping that out with new scenes. The first one I think should be this. I'll start with this. So it's just a pathway where you can use this scale ability to go to a separate area. So how will I map this out? I think I want to use the Orenstead tile set for this. So I think that will go over to golden, this one here. And not this, but maybe this. I built it myself, yeah. I built this myself. This is Figma, so I didn't build this. But this scene editor is self-built. So this golden test, it doesn't really need to exist as it does right now. I could just fill it in and then think about this as if it is the next scene after. There'll be golden path, which is, I think that's what this is actually. I think so. Yeah. So then this is all fine. This is fine. The watchtower should be at the end of this scene, whatever's here. And then we get golden path. Okay. And golden path is, like I said, it's the first one after the watchtower. So this is basically this white box is what this represents. So we'll have just done that. And now we're continuing on. I did not make Figma. When's Insignia coming out? So what I'm working on now is for a demo, which is going to replace the original demo, so that I can get some funding from the government. They have a grant that I'm applying for. That grant, if I get the grant, will allow me to pay for some extra help, people to help me work on the game. And once I can do that, then I can pitch the game to a publisher and get some more resources. And once I've got a team of people working with me, it will be about 18 months, I think, from when we start that to when the game is finished. I'm hoping. Maybe 2 years. Games take a long time to make, so the systems all exist. This is my way of proving that I can build the content very quickly, but I also will still need help. There's just a lot of animation to be done, and music and localization, and making a game is not easy. Okay. Whew. So let's think about this as like an open scene like this. There might have to be some concepting that we do here a little bit in terms of the story aspects of this stuff again. I mentioned how that was important, but there's a moment where you pick up an ability, the first ability you get, where there's quite a bit of a cutscene that goes along with it. Yeah, respect. It's like that. It is like that. Okay, so like this, we're sort of like entering the forest. We're still going up. There's a lot of like upwards travel that we have to do. Maybe we have like something like this, and then a bit of like this and this. And then the wall climb, which we won't have access to yet. Cool. So that's already exactly what I was talking about. I don't think I can do this. No, not yet. I'll have to make that possible. So maybe instead I just grab a couple of these and just do that. Hey, Entail. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Okay. Cool. So, you know, that's a level. You can fight some enemies here and along here. Don't know how, like, how I want this to feel as you're coming through here. If it starts as more of an open area, like this. I mean, you'll never go that high, but like, just to make it feel a bit more like you're entering the space from somewhere with a sky. Even though you're not really. Cool. So now, that's it. It's in. I don't think the snake's going to be in this, but I'll just put it there for now. Thank you. Whoops. I don't want to see that, but it's all good. And you're not supposed to be here. But then we go to the next scene. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. Bald Chuck Norris. He might have been bald in something. Just a bit concerned that some of these spaces are they take too long to traverse by being too horizontal. Like, I wonder if I could instead make this a bit more vertical. Or like this, just save you time. The only trouble is that you need to now make it feel a bit more like this, which is fine. You can do double bouncing on walls like that. I've also found that like having level design features look different like this. So in the past, I made my walls look like walls. I just made them rocks, and you could just slide on them, but it just felt like there were fewer things in the game. Whereas now with like these planks and stuff, it really feels like you're supposed to do something here. Like, oh, what is this? I can bounce off this wall, you know, like it's more, it's stronger feedback. Hello? Yeah. It's not something that was very obvious for me when I was first making the game. I tried to make everything feel more organic and like flowy. There wasn't a lot of like junctions or like visual signposts, I guess would be a better way to describe it. Whereas like if you and this is a pride thing. Like I actually like have had to learn this the hard way because it's not how I started with this stuff. I always felt like I would write my story and then I would build the game world and put the story in it. And at every turn, every UX or mechanics based thing in the game, every time I start with systems first and just build the thing in an abstract way, that almost always forces me to create the aesthetic part of it to match what the system needs. It's a dependency thing. So like the fact that the walls are different means they should look different. Do you know what I mean? That's such a dumb thing, but it's like if there's a mechanic behind something, making the aesthetics match the mechanic helps. And even like this rope here, and like at first I built a world and the world didn't feel very alive, and then I tried to add things into the world to feel more alive. But the things I was adding were just aesthetic things. They were just things. So like this is going to be like a mining excavation camp or whatever. So I was like, oh, I'll just add some wheelbarrows and some pickaxes and stuff like that. And that's all fine. But actually, when you think about it from like, hey, there is a wall. I need to make the wall look like something. How can I use designing the wall to help me inform this thing about the mining excavation stuff? Or even the fact that the rope, maybe somebody climbed this wall using this rope in the past and then they put the rope away, so now we need to find a different way to do it. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can take the opportunity to make the two things go together if you approach it from the right direction. But if you start with, I need to make it look pretty, and then I need to make it have function, and then I need to put a story in here. If you do each of those things separately, you'll have 3 times as much stuff and they'll be doing a third of the work each. Do you know what I mean? Whereas here it's like, it's just one thing, but it tells a story and it helps you figure out what you're supposed to do to some extent. You know, it's not perfect, but there's something about it where it all kind of, it creates momentum. So that's been such a huge lesson for me. Okay, so this we don't have yet. I mean, I could put this plant. I could put this here, but you won't be able to do it yet. I might make it a little taller. Just to kind of sell what this whole thing is a little bit better. Maybe the level needs to be taller. You can do this in tiled where you can crop a part of the map that doesn't exist and then say auto crop or crop to selection. And now you have like extra space to do more stuff. So much room for activities. So I can take this and go whoop. Maybe that much. And then I can take like all of this and go whoop. Nice. I need a bit more fidelity with these rock formations. Nice. Yeah, see, like this feels way better. It's like I can see this go all the way up, and there's no way I could do this by myself. So I'm gonna need this. And the way that it even like, the way that it takes a second, that's much better. Much, much, much better. Might just give this a bit more breathing room. Yeah. Nice. And then maybe this doesn't have to be quite so big. Or maybe I have this problem, I think, with like chunking. Like, how many spaces is this? 1, would you say 2, 3, 4? Do you know what I mean? I feel like I really want it, and it could be something that I do with cameras. Like I always find myself in this space where I'm sort of like thinking about you know, just kind of like how to frame everything so that you feel like you're going from A to B in a way that makes sense. So like that's cool. I might even, I don't even know if like I want you to see this yet. Yeah, like this feels like a space. Am I more productive off stream? Not necessarily. Not really. Yeah. So like what I'll do is I'll add a zone camera for each of these. I'll be like, this is a zone. And then like, this is a zone. something like that. But typically you want like so like now it's like we're in this room. And then when we leave the room, we're in this room. Now it's more chunked. And now we get free camera once we cross this threshold. It's a little awkward. It helps when there's like a very clear like visual bounding. Like when there's like a threshold, like a doorway, it helps a lot. Like this helps make you feel like it's time for the camera to move. I made that. I think these cameras though, I'll make them weaker because I think they're a little bit too strong. Also, I want that to be a lot lower. Oh, I just realized I don't need this to be quite so high. It's more just the camera was too high. I just need it to be more like this, I guess. And this one, you know, I guess like, yeah, I think the way I had it was fine. Maybe more like this point. Yeah, that's better. So we're like here, and then we cross over. And then it's once you go from here to there, this platform, whoop, takes you up. And now it's just free. Yeah. And if I approach the edge, yeah, the camera's already getting ready for it. Man, this game has come so far from where it was. Still a little, it might be just the frame rate when I'm in the editor. It's a little slow. Oh, that's okay. When it's nice and smooth, it's not too bad. If they overlap, they don't overlap at the moment. Or I think it's when you cross the point. I don't know. I've written it to be. I tried to solve this problem at some point. I think they do overlap in this case by a little bit. So it's actually when you cross into the new zone. When you touch the new zone, the old one gets released. That's the way it works. Okay. You feel like the wooden planks should be the centerpiece? Yeah, that's not a bad complaint. Maybe it's just time that we just took this stuff and just shifted it over. I felt the same thing. They're a bit abrupt at the moment. You sort of just arrive at them. We can compress the whole thing into something like this. No, I think I'll swap them with this little jump. So it's like I'll bring them up. 1, 2. Maybe like this, and then I'll bring this here. Maybe like this. And then I just need to move the camera a little. be like dead center. That's called tiled. So now it's like this. It probably could be even more loose. Oh wait, it's 3 again? Oh, I was supposed to make that 2. Sorry. Let's try that transition again. Still wanted that to be there though. And maybe a little lower. I think that's what we want. I might shift it up this whole bit, up 1, maybe even back 1. I don't know what that will do to the actual level design. It's too far, I think. Yeah. Don't love that. What part of content creation is my favorite? I don't know. Hard to say. You mean like level design? Like this kind of content? Probably environment art. I think it's my favorite. What I'd love to do is have there be something here. I think I might have like an encounter here or something like that. It might be too small for an enemy, but maybe not. No, this is great. This is great. I like it a lot. It feels like a space. It feels like, oh, this is the part where you do this thing. Let's say someone with any skill you need walks through the door. What part of the game dev are you most excited to hand off? I'm really excited to work with a composer. Not because I want to hand it off, but because I think they would do a better job than me. Just someone with a different perspective. As far as like work that I don't want to do, that would have to be for sure the... I don't want to do the enemy animations. I'm sort of dreading them. Not because I don't like doing it. I actually love animating. I'm just concerned about how much work there is. I have a thing. I think I have an idea. That these camera zones shouldn't release on the y-axis until you land on something. My name is Mike said something. To avoid some of the transition popping you get mid-air. But I missed if you sent a message between the first and the one you just sent then, I missed it. But I'm going to implement something to fix that right now. Yeah, exactly. It's the Mario World thing. But I think if you leave on the x-axis, that's a different story. So either we're grounded or we're in the Y balance. We're not in Y balance. Wait a second. We should de-trigger if we are not in Y balance and we are grounded? No. If we're not in Y balance and we're grounded. But this is an or. My brain is not braining on this one. Let's just see what it does. Oh, that worked. That actually worked exactly how it should work. But then this doesn't work. There are other problems with it. So it doesn't leave on the x-axis. And not yeah, hang on a second, let me think about this. I need to check if we're in bounds. That's the first one. But if we're in the Y bounds, that's a part of is in bounds. So either we're this is considered. Hang on a second. Let me write it this way. This is considered in bounds. If we're not grounded and we're not in Y bounds and we are in is in X bounds. This is an or. I'll take these two lines and put them up here. Or air condition. Beautiful. So, if we leave here, now that works. Even if we're not grounded, shouldn't matter. Yep. And then if we jump, no, I don't care about the min. You're not gonna, I want it to if you fall down out of the box, that's fine. It's mostly about jumping up. That's the problem. Because you can't, because gravity is pulling you down. That's the problem. It's jank because you jump up, you exit the box, and then gravity pulls you down back into it. Oh yeah, it's a Y up coordinate system. So I just need to check the top Y condition. That's so cool that like I'm actually technically out right now. I'm out of it. But because I'm not grounded, I can hang on to the edge, and only when I get up onto the ledge does the camera follow. That's actually really sick. And I can go as far out of it as I want. I do think that maybe clinging onto the ledge might be worth considering grounded. Ledge grabbed. Anchored equals I mean, now, yeah, I think it lets you peek a little better. Will that change the long wall run since you have to be above the bridge? The long wall run doesn't have a zone camera in it. It's just a free camera at this point. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, because I'm still in the X condition, and then I jumped. Wait, but it shouldn't be triggered. Triggered. Oh, this is else if is in bounds. This includes air condition. Okay. Gosh. Okay. Gosh. We got there. Morning, Swizz. So, now, we're outside. We can still jump, no problem. Once we go in, we fall in, no problem. If we jump out, no problem. Oh, that was interesting. I've never seen it before. Well, I did grab that ledge. I don't know how I did that, but whatever. Camera's fine. Camera's fine. No jank. Stab. Climb the wall. Hooray. Yeah, it's just jumping out the top that we don't want to have be an issue. Man, that is butter. That's great. See you, Ms. Eth. Okay. I need to take a break, but I'll commit this for now. Adds first demo explorable level updates zone camera to not jitter on temporary Y exit. That'll do. Cool. All right. This is looking great. I'm very excited by how this is going. See you in a bit. Hello. Hey, my name is Mike. No, I think we solved it. So basically, it's not an entry condition. It's only an exit condition. So if I drop, it's only stopping us from exiting the zone. It's not stopping us from entering the zone. I think that I want the attack to come out if you attack the wall. I think the attack should fire before you cling to it, so that you can attack things near walls and not have the attack get eaten by the wall grab animation. I don't know if I'm gonna regret that, but Jump Die, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome. So the question is, when we enter this attack animation, so just like air combo, whatever. There is a can attack. Typically there's also a can move. But because we're already in the air, I never stop you from being able to move. At the same time, can attack. Maybe I'll make it if you can't attack, you can't do it. Can't attack. We need to be walled, and also we can't not be able to attack. Yeah, so it comes out at least. That's pretty good. I just want to make sure that that's what I'm concerned about. Yeah. Because when we're in the combo, if we miss the attack. Oh. Yeah. What does this do? Why do I have that? Okay, whatever. Yeah. I don't think it's the right condition. I don't think it's supposed to be here. It achieved the right result most of the time, but I just feel like it's not right. Maybe it's like time since we last attacked or something. Maybe there's like some sort of lockout. But it has to be since there was a hitbox, at least. When you go on top of the ledge, the camera moves pretty fast. No attack animation playing. Yeah, but I need to classify now what attack animations are. I could say if you're not in combat, but yeah, I could say if you're not in combat. And it's not the case that active state branch contains combat, which includes stun. Oh, I guess I could say. Oh no, there is. It's a separate thing. Cool. A state machine would have helped a lot. What do you mean? Jump. You don't know that I have a state machine? Haven't you been watching my stream for like years? Haven't you been a viewer for like 5 years? You don't know if my game has a state machine or not? How could I build this game without one? Wait, you know I have state machines, so what are you asking? If you know that I have them, what could we be... What's the suggestion? That I don't... Hey, Inco Games. Thanks for the resub. Your game has a state machine. Just because I got a lot of if statements right here doesn't mean the game doesn't have one. That's all right, Jump. I'm just teasing. I'm not like, I'm not offended. But I do want to know what you meant. But it's okay. We can drop it. Also, I wouldn't be able to write this condition if I didn't have a state machine. But Enmei, thanks for the follow. Jump Die, thank you so much. Did I say thank you for the resub? I think I did. So this what I don't like about it is that it means that the animation has to really finish before we are able to grab back onto the wall. So like here you can see there's like some extra frames right at the end, and he starts to fall out of the air again, and then he grabs on. And I'm just concerned that it's like halfway through that is when I would have wanted to grab on, you know? Hey Yabol, thank you so much for the resub. Engine.Armin and character specificity. So this happens to be a state that only Armin can use. So I can reference Engine.Armin and it'll always apply to him. Character is something that every state machine NPC has. So every state machine is every behavior state is a child of a state machine for which there is a character. So for a lot of these, like charge, for example, this is a charge attack. Any enemy or Armin, anybody can use this. And character, in this case, is something that I assume to have. And in this case, character is a bunch of stuff that relates to things that can take damage and do attacks and go into different stun states, have HP. So character in this case for the charge attack, because different characters have it, that makes sense. But for wall control right now, there are no characters that can. I mean, this is very specific to Armin, this specific wall slide that you can jump off, blah blah blah. So I've written it in such a way where I just hard reference Armin for now. It requires there's too much input, there's too much control input that affects how this state works for me to give it to an enemy. It's like things like if you're holding away from the wall, you disengage from the wall, stuff like that. That I wouldn't code that for enemies. Enemies in my game. So I made a game last year called Scoot. And in that game, enemies pressed virtual buttons. So like all of the characters in the game were the same. They were all players. So I just wrote like an AI player and then I made it press virtual buttons to control the character. In Insignia, the enemies are not virtual players pressing virtual controllers. They're just logic in a structure. So you can't I can't pilot enemies in Insignia, but I could do that in Scoot. Because for Scoot, I just created the player controller and then I was like, I need enemies. I'll just copy what I've got, and that's how fighting games work, right? Like whether you're playing a different person or playing against an NPC or playing your own character, they're all the same characters. So it would be weird if they didn't control, if they didn't have the same inputs. But for Insignia's enemies, you don't ever control them, so they don't press virtual buttons. So that's why here it's like, I need to know if you're in combat. Specifically, we're talking about Armin, but I don't like that, so I'm going to take it away. So just jumped, for example, this is like, it's really specific to Armin. I don't necessarily want to give this to all enemies or all characters to check that. So this is dependent on being Armin. It should be called Armin Wall Control, but doesn't really make a big difference. Okay, so the thing that we're trying to do is get attacks out. I could check to see if the last time since we attacked was like less than a certain amount of time ago. Or I just do what we're doing now where we just cancel whatever animation you're in, you just get cancelled. And you just grab onto the wall. I think we'll just do that for now. It's fine. Okay. What's next? Are there any things that I did? Nope. So we got, this is like a level. Let's keep making some more. I should put doors in this level. That's what I should do. Doors. One. Two. East door. Whoop. Now they're not going to look right. That's okay. I'll get on that. West door. For now, it's okay for them to look bad. Good. Now I can save this. I can sync and snap doors. Oh, because I don't have, well, that's fine. I don't need to snap them. But now I can save data and I can scan the scene. Scan scene, please. Should see the doors show up. There they are. Boom. Cool. So now I could put, oh yeah, there's one here. Does this have it? Oh, I don't have doors. Well, let's add some doors. I wish there was a better way of organizing groups of stuff in the hierarchy without it being parented. Like, you know, the whole like transform stuff, it would be so much better if I could say, well, this thing is not a child of this, but they're grouped so they live in the same spot in the hierarchy. That would be really helpful. Yeah, like folders. Yeah, that would be cool. Forest door, west. Forest door, east. Connected. Bluetooth connected. Okay. Let's keep going, shall we? The thing is, when you make them children of an empty object, it means that the object, like if the child was previously a root object, its position in world space becomes the same, but like because game objects, everything that's in the hierarchy has a transform. If you assign a thing as a child of something else, now it's dependent on the parent's position. So the parent's position can like affect all the children, and maybe the children aren't really related to each other in terms of their, you know, let's say I took enemies, you know, its position becomes relative. Yeah, it's just annoying. I suppose you could, but I don't know why you would. You could set the position of the folder objects to 0, 0, but then it just becomes a weird, it's just like maybe more trouble than it's worth. I've seen people do game objects that are labels. So they're just like big dividers. And they just like inspect a little bit differently. So they create a gap. Like they're like headers. I've seen people do that before. So I could literally make an empty game object and call it like enemies or something like that, right? And then drag it here and then put all the enemies inside of that. Not inside, but between that point and the point where there are no more enemies. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So next part. That is this. But we wanted another one. This is for Arise. I missed one of my criteria. Now this is supposed to go back down that way. So I can just do something like, ooh. Ah! What is happening? I need to fix this. The visual aspect of this is really yucky. You know what? I'll just do this. It's kind of nice and symmetrical now. Hello. Cool. So, that becomes, what do we need? We need we get a rise right here. But I said that we would need the wall jump into that. I mean, I could always just put this here. Fun. Ah. Whoa, I just pressed something I shouldn't have pressed. I projected on both monitors the game in full screen. That was weird. I've never seen that before. Opinions on Godot? It's fine. I don't really have many opinions about it. I've used it. It was good. I don't know. There's nothing like wrong with it or anything like that. It's a simple engine. It will get better over time. It deserves, you know, the attention that it gets. I think I'll push it further out. It just needs time. Like, it's quite early, you know, for an engine. It just needs a bit of time. Do I have ladders? No, I don't. What the heck is that? Oh, okay, sure. What is that? That's so weird. Why is it stopping? Ugh. I don't like it. Is it because the platform camera is trying to take over? Ladders don't really serve a function. That's the problem. There's a gameplay opportunity for me in the game. I think it's because this is so much further left of that. Yeah. Like, if you have a ladder, it basically is a missed opportunity to have something that's more of a challenge for the player. Like, in an RPG, they're fine. But in a platform game, it's like... No, like a mechanical feature. Do you know what I mean? Like, in my game, this is a cool wall jumping sequence. If it was a ladder, I would just press up. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no gameplay with a ladder. You can't make a ladder more fun. Unless you make it more fun. Unless you make it something different. But if it's just a ladder, you just walk up to a thing and you press up and you go up it. It's like... It's fine. It's not like a bad thing. It's just that for me, I have better reasons to do other things. If that makes sense. I think Dithron, this is like a foundational game design question. It's not about like what has to be fun. It's more like when you make a game, the player, you make the game out of building blocks. And the building blocks should be related to each other. They should have like mechanics that, like, imagine if you were playing like Monopoly, and then halfway through Monopoly, there was just a mechanic where you had to like drink a glass of water. It's like, I guess it's fine to drink water, like, but how does this? What does this have anything to do with Monopoly? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, man, this argument's gonna go so sideways. It's kind of like this. It's a better example. If I have a room, right, and I make the room like this, and all the room does is get you from the previous room to the next room. Why is the room here? That's the question. Like, why do we have, if all this room does is get us from the previous room to the next one, why not just delete this room and have the rooms connect to each other? It's just like it because you need to load the next room. Right, but I'm not asking from a technical perspective. I'm asking from a game design perspective. We're talking about ladders as an object of game design, not as a technical thing. So like what you're saying to me is ladders are okay because I need the player to go up, right? Ladders are okay because I need the player to go from here to here. But it's like, either don't have the player need to go from here to there, or take this as an opportunity to make getting from here to there something that is relevant to the game skills. Because then I don't know, to me that makes sense. I don't know, maybe it doesn't make sense to everybody. Like in say like Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? There's a lot of ladders in that game. Or Dark Souls. Lots of ladders in Dark Souls. The ladders are there because Dark Souls is not a platformer, and sometimes you just need elevation. You just need to move the player upwards. So because there's no platforming really in Dark Souls, a ladder is a fine reason to just, we need to move the player, it's functional, let's go. In a platform game, it's like, shouldn't this be game design? Shouldn't we be doing something here? It's just about having intention behind all of the things. Because it makes the game tighter. Yeah, like if you had a ladder that was broken and you need to jump between the ladders, like that's a game mechanic. That's part of the video game. Whereas like if it was just a ladder for the sake of there being a ladder, it almost feels like, like when an NPC is talking too long. You know what I mean? It's like the player is like, okay, here's a ladder, and now between them starting the ladder and ending the ladder, all they're thinking about is what's on the other side of the ladder. They're not enjoying the ladder experience. It's not an element of game design. But you can have, I guess my point is that there's nothing wrong with ladders. They're fine. But if you're asking why I don't have ladders, it's because I'm trying to take the opportunity that a ladder presents and do something more interesting with it. That's all. Of course, if you're making a town, the townspeople will probably use ladders, so why not have the player be able to use ladders? Okay, what about this? Does Assassin's Creed have ladders? That's the question you want to answer. Does Assassin's Creed have ladders? I can't remember an Assassin's Creed where I climbed a ladder. Or at least, no, I don't think I can't think of a moment in Assassin's Creed. Because everything is a ladder in Assassin's Creed, right? It does? But like, let's take Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood or something. Assassin's Creed 2, like in the game, you get like a hook shot thing that like you fling yourself up walls and stuff. It's like, or like Spider-Man would be another example. Like, if the game is about traversal, a ladder is a wasted opportunity. That's the point I'm trying to make. So in my game, where there is platforming mechanics, it's a wasted opportunity for me to have a ladder. I have stairs. I have stairs in the game, but they're more like you know, there's not many of them, and they're very just. I mean, it's just because the building is a 2-story building, and you need some way to cross between the stories of the building. But we're not in the open world here, so like, of course there needs to be a set of stairs between the player characters' bottom floor and top floor of their house. But I think what I like about stairs, at least compared to ladders, is at least you still have full control of the character. You're still able to do all of the things the character can do. Chaotic neutral. Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't want to speculate. It's just a differences of opinion, I guess. Why does it have to be a 2-story house? Well, in that case, it's a story thing. Sorry, guys. The textures, it's just the way that it is. The tile set's not finished yet, so I can't make it look. I mean, I can make it look better, but I haven't yet. Like, this is just gonna be. It's just gonna look just like that until I have a scenario where I do the auto mapping for what should happen here. Live with it. Eat that. Feel it. Oh, yucky. It's got to stay there for now. It's not important. It's not a priority in this moment. I mean, this annoys me too. Look, it's black and it's brown. You just have to accept it. It's a work in progress, guys. This is what video games look like. This may not look like it to you, but this is peak game development. Will there be a secret tunnel? Through the mountain? Secret tunnel. Through the mountain. I've actually got elevators in my game. Those are like ladders too, but the elevators are a lot faster than you can run. I'm not doing a great job of defending my anti-ladder stance. I know. I get it. So in the original level, there were elevators that helped you get around this. I would like to bring the elevators back. They were fun. They were really cool. So what am I trying to teach the player? Let's come back to this for a second. Combat essentials. So there should be some enemies here. There's already some wall jumps, so maybe not so big of a deal. Yeah, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back, pals. Okay, we're back. So it might be nice to put some enemies in this scene before we move on from it. I think like a hedgehog would be... not a hedgehog. I don't really have martens in this scene yet, I don't think. What else? I guess a wolverine? Or bees? I need like some enemies to just be enemies, just things that you fight. For now, let's just chuck martens in there. Get out of here. Hello? Excuse me. Ouch. Ugh. I actually know how to fix that. I figured out there was a problem with all of my enemy AI. The problem is I changed what walls were in the game. Walls went from being just things that are vertical like this to a specific tag that you can cling onto and drag your sword down. So now all of the enemies, they're expecting to see those things to tell them when to stop walking. But that's not the problem. The problem is it's any surface now that's vertical. That should be what stops them from moving. So if we go check him out now, he'll stop there and he'll turn around and come back. I think I might need some more flying enemies. Just like little wasps and stuff that can just kind of come at you. Just really simple things. I've got bees, but like maybe the bees should be a bit more like I can have rogue bees that just and they just attack you if they see you or something like that. Right now they're peaceful. That was no good. Needs to be tighter. Yeah, something like that. Special about the boards. The boards are, you can slide on them. You can't slide on non-boards. They're inverse ladders. No, you can't slide on the dirt. Not anymore. That's what I was just explaining. Cool. So, I do have to go soon, but that's this scene done. Might be cool to have this have some like tiers to it. Basically, I want this. Let me just create it. I'll just do it. This is like chasm. Can you CC lock the enemy? Currently, yes, but in the final game, no. I'm gonna have like a rage mechanic on the enemies so that if you do too much damage, they'll go into like a defensive stance or they'll like roll out of their knockdown state. So like I do have an enemy that does that, but it's currently based on like a dice roll. So like if you knock him down, sometimes he'll stay down until a time passes and he'll get back up, and sometimes he'll just quickly back roll away. So things like rolling away or like doing like a burst sort of thing where they like flail out and like throw a hitbox out from the ground, or they just jump away, or something that just resets the fight a little bit. Maybe even like mid-air juggle, they like regain control, like a Roman cancel or something in like Guilty Gear. Or or I'll make two different knockdown states. One where they're vulnerable in knockdown, and one where they're invulnerable. And the invulnerable one, you just have to wait till they get back up again. Like, you can attack, but nothing will happen. Do I have enemy levels? I don't have levels in my game. All the stats are hard-coded. I have enemy types. That's all I've got. Okay, so... I need a level for this, so... This is called Ornstead Chasm. All right. Boss, or some say chasm. It's called tiled map editor. I really need a one step. Cool. Nice. Nope. Is this the type of streams where I can stream an unknown game like if I ever made one myself like you? I don't know what that means. I can't understand that. Sorry, bud. I think Mountainside 2, I needed that. Have you ever had a dream? Like the category, I mean. This is the category for if you're making games or other similar projects. That's right. Yeah. So interesting how that blends. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Well, this is going to be the area where I would like to be able to annotate this kind of thing. This is where you need all of the skills. But we'll also have like a big... Oh yeah. Oh, can I do that? Oh, that would be so cool. Be able to have like the ledge in front of that ledge. Does that work? I just need the edge there. That does work. Oh, that's sick. Cool. I might want to change this up to be even more, like to feel like it's higher up than this. Currently, it feels like we're not that much higher than we were before. But I'm not sure I want to do another tile set. I have foreground elements. I tend not to put them, like, I tend not to obscure the player with them. But yeah, of course, like you can do even just this. Right? You could just... that looks a bit weird. That's a little too high. But yeah, like I've had secret areas and stuff like that in the game. Okay, I will work on this. See ya. I'm a little concerned about the player's attention span here. I feel like I'm running the risk of having there be too much content. I think the pacing in chapter 1 was actually pretty good in the demo. Yeah, like if I have these 3 scenes are already like if the tower is like here, to get from there through this stuff back to the town, considering we're only here, it's like 1, 2, 3, and then 2 more scenes to the right. This would, well, I've done this already in the past, but this would definitely have to basically hook up with the town again not long after that. Thank you, Shield. Welcome. I hope we answered your questions. Hey, Infamous. It's not something that I've put a lot of time into since I made it in 2020. That boss fight's gone through too many iterations and it just bogged me down too much, but I will review it for this new demo if I can. Speaking of which, we are now here. So I'm making progress here, but we'll have to see how we go. So this would be like about there. Yeah, it represents a time in my development process where I was doing a lot of things by hand. There wasn't a lot of procedural stuff or consistency in the feedback, and because of that, it was hard to differentiate between things that were gameplay and things that were just drawn. And so in that particular mechanic, there are bookshelves in the background and they lift up except for one, and then they come down into the foreground. So you have to stand in front of the one that didn't leave, but because it's all hand-drawn animation, it's not that obvious that the one in the background, like, it's not obvious that they're game objects and that what's going to happen next, and it's a little bit ambiguous. And the parry as well, like the fact that the quill that she throws at you, the arrow, is like a hand-drawn effect, because I couldn't do more than that at the time. It's very hard to know, like, oh, I should parry this, because it's just like a thing. It's just like a drawing effect on the screen. Whereas in games, I think we look for mechanics. You know, we look for things to tell us that something is interactive or not interactive. So yeah, definitely something that I'm going to be working on. Okay, time to go. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Those of you on YouTube, if you're not on Twitch, come join us on Twitch for this raid. We can go and basically watch somebody else. Okay. For those of you on Twitch who haven't been to my YouTube channel, go check it out. I post lots of videos there, including like tutorials and time lapses and vlogs and essays, all kinds of stuff around game dev and pixel art, including Insignia. That's the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. If you like this content, subscribe, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCYunus and support the stream. Your names are coming up in the credits, patrons. That's it. That's the whole thing. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. Until next time.